Hey chat, how's it going? Welcome to today's stream. We're back. Over a year after the 1.0 release of Mousey's Cheese Maze. I think a year and 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. We're heading back. Yes, the dev days never end, that's right, Disco. We're heading back and we're doing a little bit of work on Mousey's Cheese Maze today. I'm very excited for this. This is long overdue. We kind of did... I was about to get into an explanation, but we'll come back to it in a minute. Let's do some hellos first. It is good to see everybody here. I see Kirby Super, Chalupa Joe, Someone Unknown, Alia, Spec, Dalmont, Freddy Killer, Chuck, hey Chuck, hey Bori, hello everyone. Yeah, so I was about to get into it, but I guess now's the time to do it, actually. We did quite a lot of hard work that never made its way to a public release of Mousey's Cheese Maze. So, anybody who is already a part of the Mousey's Dev Days thread in the Discord, which I resurrected earlier today, will probably know some of this already, but I guess I'll cover some of this for folks who are maybe unaware or not on the Discord or just kind of catching up. So, last year we released version 1.0.0, I guess, of Mousey's Cheese Maze. That was quickly updated to 1.0.3. It fixed some bugs, it tweaked a few things, and then for a year the game has stayed at that version, 1.0.3. So for a long time, that was the latest version. You could get it on mygarage.games. It's probably the one that most people have played. It's the one that people speedran. But after 1.0.3, the amazing node-on shavers in the Mousey's Dev Days thread continued to find ways to chop unnecessary stuff out of the code, to refine bits of logic, to refactor stuff. Found a couple of little extraneous pieces that didn't need to be there, and reclaimed us some node-on. So what I did earlier today was I double-checked that everything was working in the kind of unreleased development build of MCM with those changes in place, which means now that the current version, the latest version of MCM, is brand new for today and is available to download right now. So that's version 1.0.4. I've pinned it in chat. It's also in the description. So if I switch over to my Switch now, this one here is available to download right away. So if you would like to have the latest version of MCM with the bug fixes and the latest code, you want to get 1.0.4. It's nothing too exciting in terms of like what you actually play. You won't feel any different. It's just that we now have, I think it's like 16 node-on to spare. 17 node-on to spare, right? Which is great, because what we're going to be doing today on stream is trying to implement a few little quality of life features that I've wanted to add for a while, and was the whole reason that we were shaving node-on last year in the first place, and then we just never kind of got round to implementing these new features. So we're going to take a look at this. We'll see how much we can do. We'll probably spend a little over 3 hours together today and see how we get on with adding some new features with those 16 node-on. The big one for me, and I've outlined this on the Discord as well, is a speedrun timer. So people really enjoyed speedrunning MCM in a way that I didn't anticipate when I was building MCM. Of course, we have our timer at the end of the game that's present during the credits, but it might be helpful to have a mode where there is a timer visible on screen all the time. Why? Because if you're trying to shave off milliseconds from your run, knowing that you're behind halfway through the stage, rather than having to wait till you get to the credits, could be beneficial to practice and things like that. So I think a speedrun timer and a speedrun mode would be very, very helpful to add. And because we already have the logic set up for the timer that appears in the credits, I don't think it's going to be too costly. However, adding this will also mean that we do need to rework the title screen a little bit to let you change between just playing as normal and playing in speedrun mode, because I don't want that timer to appear there all the time. If you recall, for those of you who joined us on the long Mousey's Dev Days journey all those years ago, I want this game to be as friendly as possible to everybody. It doesn't matter how pro gamer you are or how new to games. So I don't want that timer to be there and kind of feel like a pressure or a distraction for people who just want to play the game at their own speed. So it will be a mode. The speedrun thing will be a specific mode that you'll toggle on the main menu, or the title screen, I guess. Okay, now, even though we've already got 16 Nodon to work with, there has been some shaving in the time between me announcing the stream and the stream beginning. So Zert, an incredible GBG creator and Nodon wizard, you all know him, has come up with a few different shaves that we could potentially do here. Now I have implemented one of them already here, which was a nice simple one. It was just getting rid of a superfluous multiplier nodon. However, there's a few that are a little bit more involved, so I think we're going to get started with those ones first, because I might need chat's support here. It's a little bit scary to get into the more complicated shaves. So I've actually, in the Mousey's Dev Days thread, I've pinned an updated comment that shows what shaves are done already and what shaves... In fact, I haven't pinned that. Where is it? I'm going to pin it now, so you've got quick access to it. That shows which shaves have been done already and which ones haven't. The ones that I'm going to be tackling are the ones at the very bottom of the list that say "and Zert's latest shaves." So we'll be taking a look at those ones first of all. So we're going to dive into this. I'm also going to point out that there is one here called 1.0.4c. This refers to changing the UFO to a player or a person nodon. It was requested in the chat. I had a quick play with this just because I was interested in seeing how immediately this would work or immediately this would break. I don't think we will be using this, but we might dip into this in a little bit just to have a look at it. But for now, let's head into 1.0.5 and we'll start working on one of Zert's first suggestions. Also, hello everybody that's joined since I was just doing my little intro there. Who do I see? Hey Elite. Hey Squishy Pixels, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Stinkle. Voxy, hello. Mushroomer. Curbs Workshop. Great to see you all. Yes, so this is going to be looking pretty familiar, pretty mousy. Not much has changed on the player side of things, which is good because right now we're just shaving, refactoring, and that sort of stuff. Now, looking at Zert's potential shaves, they mention here about these pairs of ands and nots. So we've got a not and we've got an and here, and we've got a not and an and here. Now, I'm going to read out what Zert said because I actually kind of struggled to follow this, so I'm hoping that somebody in chat will know what Zert's referring to here. I don't believe Zert can watch the stream today, so we're going to have to kind of decipher this a little bit. So Zert said, here's something I recently learned during the Dojam. A and not, parentheses B, can sometimes be replaced by A greater than B, shaving the and not in exchange for a comparison. So we'll move on to the next line in a second, but to me, that sounds like when you've got A, for example, over here, and B wherever it goes, and you've got a not and an and in between, you can replace that with just a greater than nodon, which is a comparison greater than. Let's continue on. This is a net shave of one node on, right? Because we replaced the two with a single one. You can do this twice in this image. So Zert sent an image that had this pair and this pair, I think, together. The and not pair in the middle, I think is this one, and the pair at the top, which I think is this one, which works despite the not having two inputs there. If you think about it, since 1 is greater than 2 still gives a false, like in the original logic. So I don't really understand how I would implement this. So I kind of understand the theory there of replacing these two. But if I look at this pair, the output from the comparison, I think, would need to be... Okay, Boris says, yep, as you don't really need the exit of the not for other things, it should work. Clever. Okay, so the current connections coming out of the AND need to come out of the comparison now, and the new inputs be into the top port of the comparison? Hey, Mr. O. Mr. O says, I know you're saying pair, P-A-I-R, but I'm hearing pair, P-E-A-R. I can see chat saying, Zert, you genius brain, so smart, incredibly clever. So it sounds like this is the way to go. It will just be about knowing exactly the way to go about this for my not Zert level brain. Get rid of the second and. This one. The second and here. Co's Workshop says GBG coding. Oh, sorry, second and as in this one. Okay. GBG coding is like speedrun. You need to shave a few milliseconds to get a Becker record. I like it, Co's Workshop. I'm just having a look again at Zert's image. So, if we're getting rid of the second and, I guess the comparison is replacing it, right? So let me just, for the time being, I'm going to connect this comparison up to the ports of where that second and is connected. Oops, wrong one. There's our good luck charm, right way up, ton node on. Okay, so that is now replicating the exits from the AND. I think you would just connect the input of the NOT into the second port on the comparison. I think you would just connect the input of the NOT into the second port of the comparison. So this being the input into the NOT? So then we'd be able to get rid of both of these. Stinkle says we should get music, to be honest. Yeah, I'll sort music out in a minute. I didn't put any on immediately because I wasn't sure how fast we'd be switching in and out of the programming screen and the gameplay screen, which obviously has music. Hey, Scrubs, I hope you're doing well. Let me sort some music out now. Yes, we're gonna. Okay. Let me just catch up with chat. The knot goes into the bottom. The knot goes into the bottom port of the comparison. Whew. Scrubs, congratulations on completing a massive 30+ page group project report. You deserve a well-earned break. By comparison, Kirby Super was talking about the... Yeah. Input of the knot to the second port. That's the input of the knot, isn't it? Oh, unless you mean the output from the knot into the second. And the other input into the first input of the comparison. Like this? So now we've got... Okay, there's some... It looks like there's some differing opinions on this in chat. The Disco says yes for this setup. Kirby Super says connect the input of the knot, not the knot itself. So you mean the output of the AND? Okay. So the output of the AND. So now we've bypassed the NOT and the AND here, which makes sense. The AND that goes into the NOT should go into the bottom port of the comparison. Yep, cool. There we go. So now, right, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, everybody. Disco, thank you very much for your suggestion here. I'm not really familiar with this process at all, so everybody's advice is much appreciated. So, what we've done is we've replicated the outputs from the AND, which go into an AND over here, this counter here, and this NOT here. We've replicated those outputs into a comparison. Coming out of a comparison, excuse me. Then we've bypassed the input to the NOT, so the output from the AND. We're putting that into the bottom of the comparison, and we're going straight from the button press to the top port of the comparison. So now we can get rid of this and this. That shouldn't change anything in terms of the mechanics here. Beautiful. Okay, that's all looking good. However, Zert goes on to say that the pair in the middle, the ones we've just gotten rid of, is the obvious ones. But the pair at the top also works despite the NOT having two inputs. Since 1 is greater than 2 still gives faults like the original logic. So now I think what we need to do is get ourselves another comparison, replicate the outputs from this AND, one of which is this one. one of which is this one. And one of which is this one. So now we have our comparison that replicates the AND outputs. And we want to do the same as we did before. So I think the top port is going to be to the button, but it's also going to be inputting from this touch sensor into the top port. Feels very wrong to me, but I trust Zert. So then what is left to connect up? I guess the second port comes from the button press. What do you reckon, chat? Does that seem right? So then we can skip this completely. So just to go over it again, I've replicated the outputs from the AND into the outputs of the comparison here. I think I got the top and bottom ports swapped. Okie dokie. Like this instead. So we've got the same comparison or outputs from the comparison. Then in the top port, we've got button press here going into the top port, which previously went into the top port of the AND. And then down here, we've got a button press in the bottom port and a output from a touch sensor shared together there. I mean, I can just I can give it a go. If it doesn't work, we can always undo. Yeah, looks like everything's working. Hang on, I gotta pause the BGM while we're playing. So the dash is working. Two-tier is working as it should. The inhale is working, and the out of breath is working. Yeah, we got ourselves a little handsome Mousey title screen as well, Bori. Yeah, good spot. Cool. Just shaved ourselves. What was that? 4 more node on? Oh my goodness. Okay. Next up then is another set of those that Zert mentioned. Yep, so we are now at 493 out of 512. So, Zert says, third image. So let me just find where that even is. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah, Bori, you are 100% right. We replaced 4 node on with 2 node on, so we have a 2 node on saving. So up here, we have another not and combo, I believe. Let me read what Zert said. Same logic as the previous shave, but this time with a multiply instead of an and. But it doesn't matter since the output of this multiply can only be 1 or 0. Right, okay, so we are replacing this flow with a comparison again. So I believe I just is it just that and then obviously we shave these two? Or did I get the order the wrong way around? the first and second input backwards. Let's go into a counter on the calculator. The flag. I mean, again, I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Unless anyone in chat already knows that they're the wrong way around. I'll just give it a try, and if it's wrong, I'll switch them over. I think this will require me to play through to the end. Someone says it looks the right way around. I appreciate it, someone. Good to know. Shall we give it a quick try? Scrub says speedrun time. Yeah, I don't know why I opted to play it legit. There was no need. I could have just done the skip. So one thing that was mentioned in the chat, which is nothing to do with shaving node on, but seeing as we're making some tweaks to the game, I did see, and I'll double check who it was that suggested it, but I did see somebody suggest putting an outline on Mousey inside the UFO, so it's consistent with Mousey, and I love that idea. I don't know whether we'll necessarily be able to do it today, but I would like to do that for sure. So I think that was just the timer. And it seems to have worked. I'm pretty sure that's all that the multiply and the not were doing. Kirby Super says, I just thought, could ChatGPT be used to optimize GBG code? I would highly doubt it. At least for the moment, ChatGPT only has knowledge up to 2021, but anything kind of close to that is pretty fuzzy. Plus, I suppose because of the fact that it is node-based, it would also make that somewhat challenging. To be honest, from my experience, ChatGPT struggles enough with well-documented stuff at the moment, let alone GBG. Okay, why did I back all the way out of here? I was too excited. Right, that's our third shave working, which is fantastic. So let's move on to the fourth suggestion, which was this little setup here for the blinking bomb texture. Now, this one might not be possible, but I'm going to read through what Zert said because I think it's a really interesting. Idea. Half-hour node on count. We did just do a node on count shoots, but we'll do another one. We are down to 492. 492. Could you imagine if we got ourselves 490, so we had 22 node on to play with? If at first you don't succeed, try again. That's okay, troops. I'm happy to show another one. Right, so here's what Zert said for the fourth shave. The knot here, this one, might be shaveable if you take advantage of texture priority. Now, I think what Zert's referring to here for texture priority is this layer textured stuff that we found out during during the development of Mousey's Cheese Maze, which is how the game... Dom invented texture priority. I definitely didn't, Disco, but I did put together this little guide during the dev. So it's to do with the fact that you can connect multiple things to multiple textures to a single object, and it will determine which faces to display it on based on the order that the texture itself was created. So let's read what it says. So it says, the knot here might be shavable if you take advantage of texture priority, wherein you have one texture that's always on and another texture with higher priority that's connected to the map. So we would have this one always on and this one with a higher priority connected to the map. I think the texture that's always on needs to have a constant input. So we would have to pull a constant from somewhere for that. Also, I'm not 100% sure if this is consistent. I know that textures start to flicker sometimes if you have more than 2 textures on at a time. Not sure if it happens even with 2 textures. So, my understanding is that texture priority is consistent. Once it's set, it doesn't matter if it's on your Switch or on another Switch. That order is consistent. So, to my knowledge, this should work. Disco says any value that's greater than 0 from the location sensor. Yes, so our constants all come from the location sensors. So we would have to do it that way. So, shall we try and just see whether we got lucky and this one has a higher texture priority already? Because that would be fantastic if it does. So we would go... one texture that's always on, this one. So we need to give this a input from a location sensor, which I can't remember where any of the location sensors are. I'm pretty sure there's one over here. There we go. Now, has this got any more? It does. Okay. Woof. Hang on. All right, let's travel. So that goes into there. And then we get rid of the knot. So now we have this constantly on, and hopefully this has a higher texture priority and it flicks on and off as we need it. But we don't know about that texture priority yet, so let's have a look. And this will require a skip. Oh, hang on. I'll pause the music. I've dragged stuff around this programming screen enough to just about remember how to speed up the stretching. Oh, I'm not skipping again. Hang on. I'm out of practice. Oh, I'm really out of practice. There we go. Yes! Perfect! First try! Nice! Yes, Kirby Super says if it doesn't, I think you could just copy the constant texture and it would get a lower priority. You are correct, Kirby Super, but it is not necessary here. Look at this! The shaves don't stop coming! Disco never thought they'd get to use the first try emoji during dev days. Zert is a legend. My goodness. We've just shaved ourselves a good chunk more node on. We went down from, obviously, 512 originally, down to 496, down to 491 in one fell swoop. Now, we are out of shaves. We are out of listed shaves, so if anybody wants to have a play around with the 1.0.4 version, which is the latest public build of Mousey's Cheese Maze, you can grab that, have a poke around, see if you can find any shaves of your own. Otherwise, I think what we'll do is start trying to implement the speedrun timer. So what I'm going to do is just quickly catch up with the Mousey's Dev Days topic in the Discord, because it looks like some folks have been chatting in there since the stream started. Hey One Eye, welcome to the stream. Tube says, I can shave 49 OneNote on really quickly if you're interested. Just looking through if I can find anything. I saw the incredibly cursed picture that someone posted. I appreciate it. Okay. So, I guess what we will do is take a look at the speedrun counter logic and see if we can implement this into the speedrun mode that I want to initiate. So, or add, excuse me. If I'm not mistaken, what did I do that made that loud popping noise? Did I go? I might have done that without realizing it. Oh, you should also add in that hidden teleport so that 0 cheese is possible. Scrubs, remind me, I've forgotten exactly what it was that, what, was it something in the corner? It was something in the corner, right, of the first stage. I honestly can't remember, I can't remember what the process was. Elite Octa says, hey Dom, if you want 0 node on count, you can delete the game and open up Fuse, because Fuse doesn't have node on. Very, very true. Is this our speedrun timer? I think it must be, right? I'm waiting to see whether we get anything in this. At a certain point. Kirby Super says, I don't think so, because if it... Why would it be going if the game hasn't started? I just pressed A, so effectively I put it in the game start state. So what do we got here? We got our flag. And what was this? I already forgot. That's the game start flag. So we've got a game start flag, and what is this one? That's our game end flag. This is the flag to signify the button's been pressed. This input here is to signify the game has started. Then we go into the count up. We reset. If what? There's our timer itself. Thanks, Grape Juice. I really like making title screens. It's very, very fun. Okay, so, I mean, the first thing to test, I guess, would be we just replicate this. Hang on, I just need to check which one is that first one. Right, from the counter. Okay, so it's coming from this counter. And then the other one comes from that map. Okay, so if we put this in the stage... We're just going to place this somewhere in the... I'm going to have to stop this music. So if we have a look here, we have ourselves a speedrun timer that is started and will stop once the button's pressed. So all we'll have to do, I suppose, is attach this to a head node on, right? And then offset it by how much we need to. Is it cheaper than ours, Dallas? Dallas just said, Zert taught me how to make a very cheap timer for speedruns. If you've got like a sample project or something with it in, I'd love to take a look, especially if it's cheaper than ours. Okay, great. So that's our speedrun timer. Now we just need to pull it out of this mess. And I'm going to drag it down here for now. I've forgotten how this works. Do we go... Oops. Alia, I'm glad that you're enjoying the shaves that we've made here. I am very excited to give some attention to Mousey's today. I'm just trying to find a soundtrack. Bear with me 1 second. Sure, let's go. Hey, Random Cube. Cheap says, I like seeing Dom shave. Wait. Yeah, I think we need a head node on first, right? Oh, and then we need a... connection point. What am I doing wrong here? So this is the connection point of the thing that is like the root of the timer connected to the head node on. Its own connection point is Y+, so the top face of itself to the bottom face of the head node on. The head node on itself is paired with the camera, right? Why is this not showing up? Do that again. Oh, hang on. Need the connection points correct. The head node on faces the direction the camera points since you want the connections. Heads. Oh. Oh, right. Okay, thank you both, Someone and Disco. So we're using the Z plus and the Z minus. Hey, Voxy! Wait, is this it over here? The current song is from Tekken 2. It's called Morning Field. Thank you both, Disco and Bori. Okay, so now we just need to turn it around. There we go. We have our beginning phase of our speedrun mode. By the way, Voxy, we have done a fantastic shave. We got all the way down to 491 node on via Zert's incredible suggestions. I just want to check that this actually stops when it's meant to. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Also, I know we're missing a digit here, but this is just a test to make sure it actually turns off. Oh yeah, poison cheese definitely back. You just have to you have to crouch in the corner by the chapel for 20 minutes and wait for Dracula to appear, and then he'll give you a poison cheese. Wait, is this made me heavier? Can you not do this skip anymore because of the speedrun timer? I think because I'm hitting the box and it's cancelling my sprint. Is that what's happening? I think it cancelled my sprint. Okay, well it won't be an issue because we won't be this won't be positioned here. No, someone, it definitely did cancel my sprint, and you do need maximum sprint to get that skip. I mean, I am bad, but that's not the issue here. Also, it stopped perfectly. Great. Oh, but there will still be an invisible box, right? I guess we could use it. Yeah, we could use something other than a box so that it's not causing an issue. Is the thing non-solid? Yes, but Mousey's touch sensor still detects it even though it's not solid. So let's make a fancy object. Material 0 gravity. It will still... I mean, is that for the... Hang on, one sec. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. Oh yeah. We need a fancy object, rectangular. And then we need to copy these settings. Y plus. I guess I'm still... Yeah, I'm still colliding with the number. Do I like sushi? Yes, I do. It's interesting that it treats the number object as a box. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Chalupa says, why not put the timer in the top right of the screen? That way Mousey won't touch it. Oh, but we need boxes to do that, right? Yes. Yeah, I mean, the timer is not going to be where it's currently positioned, but I just want to make sure that we can position it where we need to. I mean, can't we... I guess can't we do something with, like... Okay, good. That's not triggering it. Boxy's box maze. Free slider. That's what I was thinking about, someone. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Do we need the crate, then the free slide? Ah, but how are we gonna get it where we need it to go without using a bunch more node on? Can we do some crazy stuff with the existing location sensors? Okay, so that pushes it too far. But then we can adjust it with this, I suppose. By changing the size of this. Yeah, also, I'm not happy about that wobble. With the crate that big, it's not wobbly. I actually kind of want that to be on the left rather than on the right. I think that -2 will do exactly what we need. Good. We're getting there, folks. Own connection point needs to be Z plus, needs to be X plus. Top of the hour node on check. Sure, I'll oblige. 496. Oh, 512. That means we've got the spare 16 node on, right? Feeling good. A random cube says, Dom, would you rather never have to sleep again or never have to eat again? Ah. I like eating. I don't like sleeping. I enjoy eating. I would eat even if I didn't need to. But I wouldn't sleep if I didn't have to. So I would never sleep again. Rather than... Never eating again seems really sad. But someone points out sleep doesn't require money. That would be a good way to save a lot of money. Never having to eat again. But again, I think I would just like... I think I would miss eating. Bari says, I think that it was a nice spot at top center. As speedrunning, you might want to make it more easy to look at, but that's just my opinion. That's a good suggestion, Bari. Thoughts from the speedrunners in chat? Would you rather it be smack bang in the center? Someone says you could replace the freeze slider with an X slider. You could set the value inside the node without needing an input. Good shout. Thank you, someone. Scrubs likes it either way. How do I set this? Do I just set the range to like a 1? Why is it making that noise? Why was it making that? There's nothing connected to it. Why would it make that noise? Whenever you change the value, it reloads the project. That makes sense. Thank you, Voxy. Mousey using a drill. Hey, Pizza here. That's right. Yes, we are updating MCM today at long last. Too far. Okay. 2.3? Yeah. 2.3. Oh, wait, minus 2.3. Sorry. Wait. There we go. Okay, nice. So the only thing I would mention is I do not like the presentation of this value. I never have liked the fact that we've got like our minute completely floating out here on its own. But I don't know how we could fix that. Make a texture. Well, it's gonna be with an invisible texture on it, so you just see the digits, Disco. But that still wouldn't solve our, like, weird kerning. Maybe you can just remove... Oh, make a text object with a colon. Yes. Yeah. Scrubs, I know that there won't be any speedruns that are over a minute, but I think just for completion's sake, I like having the minute on there. Make them both transparent, which I planned on doing anyway. Make a text object with a colon. Yeah. Yes. Is there a transparent texture in the project? Can anyone remember? I'm guessing not, right? Is there any reason we would have a transparent texture anywhere? I'm trying to remember. Most textures are located down here. Just use Mousey's face instead. His two little eyes. Wait! If the box is smaller, you wouldn't see it. I thought Scrubs was joking, like, because it looks like a colon, but we could use, like, the tail. Yeah, Disco. Dallas mentions using the pipe as well. I think the pipe's got maximum connections. I don't know. Okay, wait. I think we can use the tail. Would I rather have a job I hate that pays well or a job you love with below average salary? The second one, definitely. Hey, Wyatt. Wyatt asks, how do I mod Mousey's Cheese Maze? Mousey's Cheese Maze is very complex as a project, but there is a community creation kit on my account that is like a stripped back one that is a lot easier to work with. It's not the most straightforward thing ever, but it is a bit more straightforward than using this project. Hey. Okay, one thing we do need to do is we need to bring it forward, because look. Oh no, wait! The tail flicks on and off. That's what's happening. It's not that it's clipping, because of course the tail is animated. So we can't use the tail. Well, that's got a cool, like, that's got a cool, I'm setting my 1980s alarm clock vibes. Both tails. Yeah, that's definitely like I'm setting the alarm function on my Casio energy to it. I honestly do feel like somebody who's not familiar with our weird corner of the GBG community would come to this project and just be like, what were they doing? Why is the tail texture connected to the timer? There we go. Two tails make a right, I guess. Oh, wait, but we do want the colons, don't we? We do want the colons, though. Isn't the timer supposed to be hidden when you aren't in speedrunner mode? Yes. We're just getting the basic timer working at the moment, Disco. Sorry, I was reading another comment as I was replying to that. The colon also needs the tail texture. Hey King Monk, yes. A year and 3 months, definitely a big enough break from MCM. Dallas brought up a good point. Yeah. We're just getting the timer functioning right now. We'll toggle this. Oh, I I understand. Okay, sorry, Dallas. Right, we can't use... Because we need to toggle the timer on and off. MCM is special. There's no other game in which removing a character's tail would also break the speedrun timer. Okay, wait. Undo. Undo. Oh! Hang on. Disco says, don't worry, we'll just teleport the crate away when the timer's not in use. Now you're thinking with portals. Hey RGC, are we going to reuse the timer as the timer at the end credits? Yes, this is already reusing the end credits timer logic. Okay, so... Hey Mindbind, welcome to the stream. The crate is just a debug thing at the moment. It's gone. It's connected to the head node on to help us align the timer. Teleport object, teleport entrance. I don't remember what teleports we've already used. I have no idea what teleports we've already used. I think we used some around the cheese counter, didn't we? Yes. ABCDH. ABCH. Teleport exit shows you the one you've used. I feel like a new blank texture would have been better. It would be the same number of extra node on as the teleporter. Okay. Yep. As much as I like the tail node on, or tail texture, Scrubs and Bori make a good point. Oh, yeah, but we... No. I need to... I'm glad there's a tail node on the GBG. You can get rid of the timer in the credits and just make it show using the flag at the end of the game. Huh? Get rid of the timer in the credits. I don't understand. Oh, you're not talking about the logic. You're talking about literally the timer graphic itself. The timer display. I thought everybody was talking about the logic because we are reusing the logic of the timer. Right. So what would that necessitate? I'm trying to think how we would what steps would need to be taken to achieve that. So once we hit the button, the flag sends an input to the X slide to reposition it. Or we'd need a free slide at that point, which would mean we would need to get an input from somewhere. Because it would need to go down on the Z. Because currently we're only adjusting the X. We can just position the timer by default to be the same position it is right now in the credits. It's like here, Disco. Because it's like 4:3. The credits are like 4:3. In fact, no, I think it's here. It wouldn't be very nice. Hey, Random Cube, welcome to the stream. More like Occam's shaver, am I right? Disco's razor, there's always one note on to shave. Oh, I'm torn. Like, I can't decide whether we should. I think this is the way to go. Okay, wait. So right now... Oops. Okay, one sec. Pause this second. How many node on has the credits timer? That's the logic for the credits timer. And that's the display. So it's 2 node on up here because we don't use like a transparent texture or anything. They're just set to that there. And that gives you kind of a sense of where the timer is actually located within the screen. Yeah, the numbers are just positioned in space. Not much from the save. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I'm trying to work out right now is... what would the cheapest way of positioning the colons be? Because the numbers, the minute and the seconds and milliseconds are 2 separate number node on. So would you put like another object that is scaled exactly to the right size with a texture attached to it with the colons, but then you would need to have another blank texture node on, right? Center the text object to... oh, a text object! Right. Yes. Into the text object to the X plus. Hang on, wait. Sorry. That was silly. Text display, we need it on the... Well, what's it on the others? Y plus. Thank you, Voxy. Yep. Y plus. Yeah, the text object suggestion was fantastic. Don't forget to use the same invisible textures. Number objects, yep. Getting there. How strange. Just a tiny bit off. Size, so let's go 0.29, I guess. Still too big. It's getting there. Eh? That's looking spot on. We've shaved and have known on to add a Constructopia minigames as this go. You might need to tweak. Oh, it's not? Oh, you're right, Voxy. Well spotted. Y plus. I found that you can change the size just by adding spaces on both sides of the text. Shall we see if that works? That's a good suggestion. Kirby Super? Oh, I can't do that here. Can we try putting it on the Y minus to see if that fixes the scale? No. Can't do that on a number object. I think we'll just have to accept it's going to be a tiny bit bigger. I don't know. It can be a stylistic choice. Oh! Thank you, everyone. Okay, so it's got to be the X size. Let's try 0.28. Point 26. Two smalls. So I think 0.27 is going to be pretty good. Close enough. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay, I also think this just needs to shuffle a tiny bit this way. So, minus 2.32. Minus 3.32. $2.75. Oh yeah, happy. Oh no! Happy now? Also, do we want to go white on the text color? Or yellow? Why not yellow? Yellow would make sense, wouldn't it? Yellow feels right, and it's nice and visible on all the surfaces. Everybody's gonna riot over the like fractionally misscaled thingy. I think this needs to shift a little bit more. Oh, come on. Minus 2.34. That's looking good to me. That's looking great. Okay, so now what we can do, just as a test, is add a Y button and a obviously it will need more logic than this. Cool. Okay, so we need to hook this up now to the start flag for the game, which is this fella here that does a lot of heavy lifting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's actually got 8 connections already, which is a problem. But we are going to need a unique button anyway. Let me just bring this stuff over here. Don't we have enough spare node on for a proper title screen? Voxy, I don't think you were here at the time, but I did mention that I was going to do a new title screen. Yes. Are we not reusing the timer for the credits? No, we decided it wasn't really worth it. Scrubs. Does the timer get obscured by taller geometry? It does, Disco, yes. And I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Because... hang on, let me find an example. That goes right up to past the camera's position. It doesn't get obscured by one layer walls, it's just those corner pieces, but there's nothing we can do about those because they go right past the camera height. See you, Kirby Super. Oh look, a speedrun timer came out of the pipe. Pause this music while I'm testing. Someone unknown says you could make the hood smaller and closer to the camera. Yeah, but even if it was closer to the camera, it can't be closer than the wall. Than these corner pieces, because they extend beyond the camera. So it wouldn't really help us. I guess it would help us against those pipes. Oh, Scrubs, right. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Isn't there a constant that goes into the counter for the timer? I think it must be this. Bottom middle of the screen. What would that do, Tubes? Oh wait, Scrubs, no, this wouldn't help us. Because we want to be able to make this toggleable on a button press. Top middle prevents clipping through pink blocks. It wouldn't prevent clipping through all pink blocks, Voxy, because there are plenty of pink blocks that you can access like this, that it wouldn't help us on. I think aesthetically I like it more in the top left-hand corner, and we're always going to run into geometry that gets in the way of the HUD. Troop says, is there ever tall geometry near the middle of the screen, so top middle or bottom middle will make sense? Yeah, plenty of times, like, near the button on the third stage. It's an issue you're always going to run into. Making it closer to the screen would mean you also make it closer to the center of the screen without getting larger because it's smaller. Making it closer to the screen would mean you also make it closer to the center of the screen without getting larger because it's smaller. Okay, someone could you elaborate? Bori says, you can use the HUD node on. Oh wait. Hey Mr. O, we've gotten a nice speedrun HUD going. We need to make that toggleable from a menu option next. Yeah, someone, I understand what putting the HUD closer to the screen would do, but like I said, there's no way to prevent it from being blocked by these, because they extend beyond the camera. So no matter how close you are to the camera, you're never going to prevent this. Just have the HUD sporadically move around so it's always visible sometimes. Just have it on like a random just have it on a random timer so it shifts around. Oh, it's just shave idea, replace Mousey with Ratty. How dare you? How dare you, Arj? I'm just waiting to see if there's something that I've missed with someone's message. Because I think I understand what they're suggesting. Ah, okay, so that's what I was missing. I don't mean just closer in the Y. I mean closer on the X and the Z as well. Right. Okay, now I understand. Thank you, someone. So, by bringing it closer, as someone said, it also shifts the X and the Z, which means it's less likely to be affected by this. Right. Now, in order to do that, we would need to change this into a block, which would then have to be really, really close to the screen so Mousey doesn't hit it, because the reason we're using a crate was because Mousey was interacting with it and causing Mousey to lose his sprint. So, simple objects, box, Mr. says, wait, why do you need a box? I suppose we could replace it with just the free slide, but then we would need to find a value to feed it that got it where we needed it to go. Mr. O. Because we can't, or if you're asking why not continue with the crate, because we can't change the Y dimensions on a crate. And we're trying to make it as close to the camera as possible. Someone says, man, communication via text is hard. It is, and I really appreciate everybody's patience, especially with me trying to work it out. Mr. O says, I mean, you can with the right connection points. Can I? I mean, I know I can change the connection points, but I don't know whether that's going to get close enough for us. Own connection point. Right. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to do what I need to with the crate. Own connection point center is the closest you could get. We should just change it to a box. It really, I mean, the only reason we used a crate was because we were worried that Mousey would collide with it, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. See you, Bari. Have a good dinner. Dead plus, what am I doing? Okay, chat. Why... wouldn't Mousey run into it like before? I don't know, let's find out. I do need Z plus here, right? Yep, and then... Okay, so this is the closest we could get to the screen, right? So will Mousey hit it? presume so. Yeah. Oh, I know what we could do. We should turn this into a panel. Because it's flatter. It doesn't matter if it's solid, Mr. O. It's more to do with the fact that Mousey's touch sensor detects it and breaks his sprint. We just need to use a panel. Because that is flatter than the crate. Problem solved. Check my timer code and it's only 4 node on for the logic. Ours is 6. Well, yeah, the actual timer logic is 4. Thank you, Mr. O. Y minus Z plus. Just check that this is actually appearing where it needs to. It is. So I think we just need to shrink this down now. Just bypass this for 1 sec to make sure it's actually showing up. Oh, interesting. Okay, one thing at a time. Is this as close as it can be? Own connection point is Y minus, so the bottom face of it, and it's connected to Z plus on the target connection. Unless we can do this, that's the closest it can be. Yeah, so that's the closest this can be, if I'm not mistaken. Anyone in chat think that that can be made closer? So that the panel can be made closer to the head? I don't believe so, right? Okay, we'll come back to that in a sec, Disto. I just want to move one step at a time here because there's a lot of moving parts. So bearing in mind we're using a panel here, which is just one thickness. So its own connection point and the Z plus of the head. Okay, it doesn't look like anyone has anything to the contrary on that. I have the numbers displayed on the Y minus. Then we just also need to change the connection point. Panel not visible on screen with Z minus instead of Z plus. No. Unfortunately not. connect the panel's top, the head's front instead. Okay, that's alright, but I believe it can be closer. So, Skunk, if you're referring to the Y plus rather than the Y minus for the panel's connection, that would make it further away. Physically rotate the number blocks upside down. It wouldn't make it further away, it's actually the same. How so, Mr. O? Because there is a depth. There is a difference between the Y minus and the Y plus, right? Because it has depth. Which side is the number of objects displaying on? They were displaying on Y minus, but I'm changing them to Y plus for the moment. There's actually the connection points that we need to change here, isn't it? Huh. So what is it? That's upside down and backwards currently. So that's now the right way up, but backwards. That's now the right way round, positioned incorrectly. So we're getting closer. Okay, wait, Voxy. Turn the panel around with the previous settings where it was reversed. Like this. I don't know why it's broken in the first place. Someone said to make this thing thinner, which we couldn't do with a crate. I mean, I actually had no issue with how it was before, but if we can figure it out this way and it will look cleaner, it won't collide with the pipes and stuff, then I think we should go for that, but... When you say flipping them, do you mean like this disco? Scrub says, I'm wondering why it needs to be thinner. So my understanding was because we're trying to make it closer to the head node on, and the crate can't be made thinner on the Y, so we had to change it for a panel. Why not attach it to the center of the panel? Okay. Let me just... I'll move on to that second point in a second, Voxy. I just want to check something. So, what I don't understand is why is it still upside down and backwards even when we're connected to the center? Is it because of the connection point I've picked here? Sorry, folks. I can only work this out one step at a time. Because, yeah, cool. Okay, thank you very much, Voxy. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll come back to the number stuff. The face that the number stuff is being displayed on in a minute. I just need to work out what the correct connections for the panel were first. So let's turn the visibility back on for this panel, and then now we can use the slide to position the numbers where they need to go. Oh, right. That's why we weren't using center, because we need to get in the top corner. I just want to put the crate back. I don't think we need any of this. It was literally just so it didn't collide with Meowsie's paw, which I don't see the purpose of anyway. You can now attach the number to the Z plus of the panel. So we're not using the slide anymore? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay. But now they are upside down again. Okay. Nice. Closing in on it. I've noticed that this one's way wobblier than the crate was. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Skunk. Yeah, we do have the material as 0G on all of these, I believe. Yeah, 0G. 0G. But great suggestion. Because we can't change the Y height of a crate, and it was clipping behind Mousey's paw. It's a shame that we've got the extra wobble here. But it no longer clips. Ooh, and we get a big old jiggle between stages. If I make the panel any bigger, I think it will push it off the screen. On the top of the screen. Yeah. Oh yeah, when we bad day. Suppose because of the effect, it doesn't matter too much. What was the connection point for the panel? Y plus Z plus. Connection point to Springy. Pretty similar, I'd say. Maybe slightly better? Oh, if we collide, it's worse. Oh no. Pretty much the same. What if timer was in bottom middle? Why are you suggesting that, Dallas? Is it because you think it will be more stable? I don't think changing the connection type to Springy will do anything for us, really. Yeah, Dallas, a little bit more information about why we should move it to the, or you're proposing if we put it in the bottom middle. It'll be more stable because it's closer. We can give it a go. Let's give it a try. Z plus. Okay, so you can make the panel bigger, connect the slider to the center of the panel, and make the slider settings move the number object back to screen. The slider to the center of the panel. Target point center. That is looking more stable. Mr. O, good suggestion. Yeah, that is looking a lot more stable. But our position's now wrong. So maybe we just try what Dallas suggested of and putting it at the bottom. Make the panel bigger to move it up. Okay, that's probably what Mr. O already was playing. Oh, that doesn't move it up though. Yeah, take your time, Mr. O. Right, because changing the size of the panel won't affect the position anymore. Yeah, nice. Someone, how would we get the position of the HUD correct using a free slider without using a new node on for the X and Z position? Just hanging fire for a second while Mr. Rogue. Jess, I'm also just gonna have a play with this distance here, and I'll set them back if I need to. Connection to the panel again. Yep. This is the panel, and it is Y plus Y, Z plus. Grape Juice says the music makes it sound like dummies uncovering long lost GBG hood lore. Check the connection, please. This one. Let me know if you need to switch anywhere else. Okay, panel visible. Yep. It's very big. The cheese has filled the maze. Make it smaller but bigger than it was in the beginning. About here? That's bigger than it was in the beginning. Disco says, if you get stuck, you can always draw a UFO outline while we work on the maths. I would probably use Arduino. Just thinking MCM blindfolded would be possible. Absolutely. That would be tough. I mean, hang on, wait. I'm really curious to try now. Let me turn off the background music. Try again, let's try again, let's try again. Oh, it's tough. I'm lost already. Okay. 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 There was a cheese there. But it doesn't matter because we're gonna... Oh! Trying to cross the lava bridge is gonna be impossible. I did it! Mm. Yes! Oh! Okay. Sorry, Mr. O. Do you have one node on to spare? Sure. I guess this is going to be what someone was going to suggest as well. Is it going to be free slide here? Is Dom shaving because Andrew Finance is demanding the implementation of Denuvo? Absolutely. Oh, not free slide. Okay, Mister, I'm interested to hear. Skunk says, how does one decide which bugs to squash and which to spare? So, it was brought up in the Mousey's Dev Days thread earlier that there's an infinite cheese glitch in the second stage. And it was one that we've been aware of for a little while, and I have no intention of patching it because it doesn't actually break anything for the average player. It's something that if you were playing around in Mousey's Cheese Maze and you stumbled across it, it might be funny, and it might be interesting, but for a general playthrough, it's not going to be like a soft lock or ruin a run. So that kind of bug, for me, would not need squashing, especially if it would take a lot of node on to fix it. But if it was like every 5 playthroughs there's a weird bug that stops progression and it creates a soft lock there, that would be the one that I would tackle, definitely. But I mean, that's kind of obvious, I think. Make it so cheese pipes randomly spawn poison cheese. Let's get the let's get the necessary features in first, then we'll see. Scrub says, plus it lets you get to long Mousey. Yeah, so like the glitch of using the bounce pad to hop over the wall. For me, that's like, it's too fun. And again, I feel like the average player isn't going to discover it, and then those who do, it's a little bit like the, you know, the underground in Super Mario Bros. Where you can hop up into the hood area. It's like, it's neat for those who find it, and it is a nice kind of foundation for some speedruns. Oh, no, I mean using the infinite cheese to get the long mousy texture way below the death plane. Right, yes, I remember that video, Scrubs. Skunktronic says, an example, there was a bug in my raid bus game where if you grabbed a person at a specific position, it counted as 2. Ah, double points. Okay, so first panel, it's okay. Now you would need to connect another panel to the first one. Own connection point, Z plus, target connection point center. Okay. Now we've got our head node on, our first panel, our second panel, and our panel of experts in chat. Make the first panel the biggest you can. Okay, anything else, Mr. O? Or should we give this a try? First is for stability only, second will decide the position. Okay. Alright, so let's see where it is currently. Alright, yes, we still have visibility on. I also need to pause the music. Go into here. So let's see. Ah, I didn't turn it off. Whoop. There we go. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so wait. If we disconnect the hinge for a second and just go straight into here, where are we? Can't see it. Did I mess up the connection points on that second one? Another panel to the first one. Yeah, grape juice, we'll hold that thought. Z plus. There we go. So... Oh, but nothing will be able to shift... shift it up on the Z, right? So this will allow me to change the position on the X. Now off screen. Sorry, Mister. I think I must be messing something up, but I don't know a way that I would be able to push it up on the Z. Hey, RJ. Yes, MCM did reach a 1.0 version, but there was still some little features, some quality of life features that I wanted to make sure got into the game, and I never got around to doing those, so I'm trying to get some of that sorted today. Welcome back, Mushroomer. Maybe second panel are inverted. Own has to be Z plus target center. That is how I've got it set up here. Own has to be Z plus. And target center, yes. Nice, Mushroomer. Congrats on finding some motivation to work on your GPG game. Yeah, I thought it would too, Mr. O, but when I increase the size of the panel, it doesn't move it up. I mean, let's try something. We'll take a pause on this for a second. We'll take a pause on this for a second. We're just going to try and connect the timer up to the bottom middle of this. Because if it works, I'm fine with that, and it'll be cheaper. So let's just pause on that mission for the moment and give this a go instead. Wow, it's really close to the camera, huh? But now it's quite small, so it might be wobbly again. Okay, Mr. O says, wait, hold on a second. I will go back to where we were. Did you notice how the second panel was getting bigger on the X, not the Z? Not the Y, you mean? I mean, in-game. Yes. Yes, I did notice that. Well, let's use that to our advantage, my dude. Change the slider from X to Z. Aha! And use the second panel to define the X distance. Right. And then I guess we'll have to change the... Well, first things first, let's just work out where the positioning is. Right, so it's down at the bottom there currently. You can just about see it. We'll zero these out for a second. Okay. Doesn't actually seem to be moving the position of the... text at all. Foxy says, why are there two panels now? I'm just following through Mr. O's suggestion. Connect the number of objects onto X. X minus? So that put it on the wrong orientation. Phone X plus, target X minus. Okay. Okay, so looks like we're getting there. Looks like we are getting there. Alright. That looks like we've got it. Thank you very much, Mr. O, and thank you for being patient with me as we figured that out. I know it's not easy over YouTube text chat. Google says, what are we trying to accomplish with the HUD right now? A HUD that is not going to be occluded by taller objects such as Mousey's paw, with the added benefit of it being rock solid when it comes to GBG HUDs. So it's still going to be occluded by these, but there's literally nothing we can do about that because, as I mentioned before, these extend past the camera. suppose... Yeah. And it still goes through the pipe for walls. Wait, does it? Oh, it does. Womp womp womp. I'm trying to think if center middle is going to be still less likely to be occluded though. Okay. No sprites have been changed, King Monk. Nice. Thanks again, Mr. O. That was a lot of writing for you to do, but we did nail it. Super funky bowling style timer. Remind me where it's positioned, Scrubs? In fact, I must have screenshots of super funky bowling I could refer to. I don't know, I still have them here. Top middle. Top middle won't be significantly less likely to be... Sorry, top middle will be almost as likely to get blocked as anywhere else. I do feel like bottom middle is the least likely place to be occluded. Just thinking about the level layout, it would be occluded here. It would be occluded here. I think it's fine. I think top left is completely fine. Two timers on the credit screen, is that intended? It is not Skunktronics, we just haven't gotten that far yet. I think it's completely fine where it's currently positioned. I think we can honestly go a little bit taller though. Just a little closer to the edge of the screen. And then bit more on here. 310. Oops. Oh, 320 maybe? Too far. 318. Split the difference. I think 315 is what we had it on before, King Monk, but it felt a little bit too far away. But it does seem now like it should be 315. Did I just miss... misread it? Was it not 3:15 before? There we go. Oh, it was 3:05. Okay, nice. And yeah, King Monk, I think you were spot on with that shout. There we go. I like it. Okay, so that is the in-game timer sorted. I think we can call that a mission accomplished. We still have 13 node on left, and the first thing we need to do is get this to only toggle when the speedrun timer toggle button is pressed. So we do need a new button for this. So let's use the Y button for now. And I believe we're going to need a new flag here because this one's got max connections. Where is the... Okay, so as we know, this will just allow us to turn this on anywhere. So we could toggle that on anywhere. That's actually not how we want it to behave. We want it to only be toggleable during the menu. So what controls the menu's visibility? At flag. Oh wait, we can pull another one from this flag. Okay, so that now works in the sense that we can only toggle the speedrun timer on when we're in the menu. Which is a good start. You should use a counter for toggling the timer so it can be turned back off. Right, because we do also need to... Well... Right, because we'd have the issue of needing to turn it off. So, great suggestion, Scrubs. Where would the counter go? It would go here, wouldn't it? Instead of a flag. Count up. And yeah, the reset would go into the bottom of it. No, not so it can be turned off anytime during gameplay, so it can be turned off once the credits are toggled, so that we don't see it during the credits. Is what I believe Scrubs was referring to. So I'm gonna go find the "You've toggled the credits" button, which is that one there. Let's bring it back. Not all wacky and all over the place. Now I believe this will be it. So let's toggle speedrun mode. Pause the music for a second. And hopefully this will turn off once we reach the credit sequence. Seeing as I got the timer on, I may as well speedrun this. Oh, badly. See you, King Monk. I don't think the player needs to turn it off really, right? Suppose once you're in speedrun mode, you should stay in speedrun. Also, I didn't need to eat this cheese. Oh, that just stopped it. It didn't toggle it off. I guess I need this to be in reset instead? Oh, it's... Do I need to do this? Right, which is what we're trying to do, Disco. So Disco says if you set the texture invisible, it will make the timer disappear too, which is what we want, yeah. So I guess I can just practice with a button press here. So let's say we press Y to turn it on. Oh, I can't use Y for a second because it's going to open up the other thing. Let's just put it on X for a sec. So, oh, but X changes X changes the look orientation. Okay, I'm gonna right stick click for a second. And then... Right, that should do it. That should do it. Oh wait, no, it won't do it because... Yes, yeah, that should do it. Forgot to turn it on. I'm pretty sure this is right. Maybe chat can already see why this isn't gonna work. There we go. But I guess we want to have it on the same timing of that change. So actually, Script says, but I think it'd be nice if the player could turn it back off. Okay, let me just figure out where the timing should be for this. Wait, so Scripts, just so I understand, you'd like it to be toggleable on at any time and toggleable off at any time? Or just specifically off? Because my thinking was that essentially in the title screen, there would be a checkbox that says speedrun mode. And if you pressed Y, you toggle that on. And then it's on. But are you just saying a Y button press at any time toggles it on and off? On and off at any time. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. I'm just going to get the timings for the counter to turn off, though. Which I think is from this one over here. Also, hey Mustard, welcome to the stream. A quick restart button would be a much bigger quality of life improvement for speedrunners. So you're not having to hold to restart? Maybe like mapped to up on the D-pad so you couldn't press it by accident. I forget, is it that one that we need to eat? Oh, I'm so bad at this jump now. Okay, so it stays on screen, stays on screen, stays on screen. Disappears. Nice! Okay, that's working good. So let's get it toggleable at any time, as is requested. Great, I was really, really happy with that timing there. So... if we're pressing it on and off at any time, we don't need this anymore. And we would need it to bounce. Okay. Cool. So we have a speedrun timer that's toggleable at any point. And I do want to see what happens. I think this is now going to break the thing that I had about it turning off at the right time, though. So if I have it off when I go here... Oh, neat! Okay, it didn't break anything. Fantastic! Nice! So, hey, welcome back, Bori. Okay, so here's what we've got. We've now got a speedrun timer that is toggleable at any time with a button press. It also disappears the moment that the transition to the credits happens. And you still get the end game credits timer here. Perfect. So that functionally is exactly where it needs to be now. Scrub says, yeah, the reset keeps it off. Perfect. I'm glad that worked. Hey, Super Sad. So how do we handle a reset without breaking stuff? All in 512 node on, that's right. In fact, all in 501 node on, meaning we've still got our 11 spare here for a proper title screen. Okay, so... Oh, we got a nice little handsome mousey screen too. How do we do a quick reset? I think a quick reset would be incredibly difficult to implement. Oh yeah, there's a retry node. I completely forgot there's a retry node. Where even is it? There it is. I was thinking like, oh no, we're gonna have to figure out a way to like reset all of the values. There's literally a node on. Wait, this guy says reset button connects to a game swap. Pass the speedrun counter on-off value to the game swap. Pass the speedrun counter on-off value to the game swap. Game swap to value to keep the speedrun timer visible. Right. So you're saying it will preserve the status of the speedrun timer visibility. I see. I'm gonna go up on the D-pad for the time being on this. Okay, so Dom's first day playing GBG moments. Every day is like the first day of playing GBG with me. I think that'd be useful. I think that'd be really handy. I mean, this is the speedrun update, so... Set button connects to a game swap. I'm gonna ditch this game swap, I think. No, we should keep it. In case because the whole reason of having that game swap there was so that people could connect up their fan projects. Might need to add one so that the retry triggers. But if you will need to do -1. Is there enough node on to throw a bone to the cheese plus to the cheese percent community? Arch, what would that be? Like a little thing to say, oh, you got everything? Hey Swatch, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Disco, you call yourself the node on Shaver and you didn't know that we had a game swap up here. Hey Boondoggle Platypus, welcome to the stream. If I'm not mistaken, you want a quick retry that keeps your previous time displayed. No. Not, it doesn't preserve your previous runtime. It keeps the visibility of the speedrun timer toggled on or off. So you can toggle the speedrun timer with a button press, and I believe folks want that to be, your preference for that to be preserved after a retry. Yeah, Arch, the cheese percent stuff, if there's something that you're looking for, just let me know. Okay, that is definitely faster. Highly recommend some of the Klonoa soundtrack for background music. I can give you exactly that, Skunk. Okay, so wait. How would we now... Oh, this is a bit louder than the other one. Okay, so where's Disco's comment? Reset button, this one, connects to a game swap. Pass the speedrun counter on-off value to the game swap. Like this, Disco? Sorry, I'm not familiar with this process at all. Oh, past the output. So like this? Hit the retry. Oh. I guess we don't want the keywords in here. Swap to stealth. Oh, it's swap to self, you give it the same target and, yeah, I'm really not familiar with this process at all. Same in both of these. I can't turn off the speedrun counter now, though. Pressing Y doesn't do anything. Oh, this clown music is a bit too clown music for me. Oh, hang on. That needs to be on pressed first of all. I think you need a multiply node on. A minus node on and a constant. Multiply. Minus. And a constant. Okay, I'll use a constant for now, but we can obviously pull one from... Okay, Scrubs is sending an idea. In fact, I might use this moment to nip to the loo and grab myself a drink, actually. So, hold tight, everybody. I'm going to bring up the drink break screen. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I will be back shortly. And we'll follow Scrubs' idea, I think, once I come back. I will catch you in just a minute. Hey chat, I'm back. Looks like Scrubs has sent over their suggestion. Let me just see if anybody said anything in chat. Swatch asks, is the preference thing the only thing Don wants to use the swap for? Yes, at least currently. Alright, so... Ooh. Let's give this a try. There's our counter. There's our swap. There's our button. We get rid of this. Go for an on start. Into the calculator. We need a map as well. Into there. Goes into the top value, or count up on that one. Mr. O says, hello, I came back to see if my input was destroyed and replaced already. Mr. O! Look at it, it's beautiful! Working perfectly. When can the preference be made before or during the game? At any time swatch during game play. Calculator into here. And a final map. Ori says, yep, I saw Scrubs' screenshot, it's perfect. The problem here to solve is that you can't pass the value 0, so you have to add 1 and take 1 from the encoder decoder. Guess that's what the maps do. Got it. Nice, nice, nice. Oops. How did I end up with a subtraction? Thank you very much, Disco. 0 to 1, 1 to 2. And 1 to 2, 0 to 1. Okay. Is that everything we need for right now? Beautiful. It is working flawlessly. Yes, I did know that there's the on start that can be reused, but I just wanted to follow the diagram to begin with. So let's go grab that fella who is, I think, down here. Yeah. But thank you for the reminder, Disco. Nice one, Scrubs. Look at that. Beautiful solution. Is there anything that can be done about how the title screen slides a bit at the start? Good question, Skunk. Yes, I believe that there can be. It's currently intended, but we are going to redo the title screen with our remaining node on here. That's closing in fast. But yeah, the title screen's getting a bit of a rejig, I think. This update. For the speedrun update. We've done more with less, absolutely. Okay. One thing I just want to check, and I don't think there's any reason why it should. Speedrun timer is off by default. Ooh, good question, Disco. It's on by default right now. Uh-oh, how do we turn it off by default? Ah. Nice. Hang on, I need to pause the music. Boris says, one question I have. Do we really need the on-start node and the multiply at the end? Good question, Bari. I don't know. But I'm presuming the question's for chat. Yeah, I'll give it a try in a second, Bari. No! The reset no longer works on the timer. Just get rid of the thing that resets the timer then. How would that help? Have it subtract instead of add. Ah, that would help, wouldn't it? So just invert it? Well, it's a reset. Oh, but we're at 1 now, not 0. Okay, one thing at a time. Let's test Bori's question. Can you test connect the output of the map directly into the counter? Have it subtract. Wait. Should I not use the inversion? Okay, Bari, do I still need to run that test, or do you think you've got your answer on that one? Okay, cool. And Disco, is this what you're suggesting? Or I suppose anyone else that... Multiply y by the counter and subtract it from itself. No, sorry. I don't know how I would, in real terms, do that. Would be nice if you shared the game code. I don't want to share it while there's still a bug this major, I think. What resets the counter? The output of this timer, which is what controls the camera movement that shifts you from the end game location to the credits location. And the reason it's the output of that timer is so that it is synced with that camera movement. Sorry to ask, but I forgotten why you changed the counter initial value from 0 to 1. It was because it was defaulting the speedrun timer to on when you started the game. So the solution to that seemed to be to go from 0 to 1. But perhaps the solution is to keep it at 0 and change something else? I don't know. Multiply output of the timer by the visibility of the counter. At the end of the game, you want the top left display permanently off. Yes, until the game is restarted. Multiply the output of the timer by the visibility counter. That's the counter. And the output of the timer. This one here. To the subtract port of the counter. And then set it back to 1. Thank you, Disco. Okay, we're gonna speedrun. Nice, that's some note on wizardry right there, Disco. Okay. Perfect. So now, if I was to reset from here... So if we reset from there, it does toggle it on. Huh. Wait. So if it was off... When I came back there after the credits, would it still be off? Yes, it would be, right? Had to go do something real quick. I'm back. What just changed? We had an issue where the timer was defaulting on when you first boot the game, which we fixed. But then it broke the forced off toggle during the credits, but then Disco fixed it. But now we're just doing a quick stress test of something. which is if it's off, it doesn't get turned on, which is good. And if we reset now, it turns it on. So technically that's not behaving how it should. I mean, it's not a big deal, but technically it's not behaving how it should. I mean, I guess maybe it would be a bit more of a deal if it turns it off when you've had it on. Oops. Sure, Swatch. I don't know whether you're in the... Ooh, I just saw that there's some messages in... Alright, that was just the map info from Scrubs. I don't know whether you're in the Mousey's Dev Days thread on the server already, Swatch, but if you've got screenshots or anything you want to post, feel free to do that there. Reset the game with the button, Bari, not with the inbuilt one. Okay, so now we're going to reset. It turns it on. So we're not preserving the status of the speedrun timer after the forced toggle off in the credits. So any restart after the forced toggle off will make the speedrun timer appear on restart. Also, we've been getting like a weirdly weighted number of handsome mousies, I've noticed. Welcome back, someone. Scrub says, wait, shouldn't it stay on? Shouldn't it stay on after a restart? Because... yeah, I think I did drop it down, Disco, because it was a bit extreme before. It should only stay on tubes or Scrubs if you had it on. But like here, I don't have it on, and after the credit sequence, if I restart, it's just a button press, grape juice. Oh, weird. I can't... Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, just Y button turns it on and off. Oh. Okay, so... timer is off. Timer is off then, everyone. So we're in the credits, so it would have been turned off if I hadn't turned it off. And restarting turns it on. Which was the last test that we did. So that should be off now, I guess is what the issue is. This guy says that's using the speedrun reset button, though. Well, yeah, I guess... only speedrunners know about that reset button. We'll show it on the menu. Interesting. And then after that, if you restart the game... Oh, it's really borked. Because now resetting is toggling it on and off. Griff says, mind if I peek at the code? Yeah, but I'm gonna call it something else because I don't want people to accidentally download this one. Borked. And I'll post this in the Mousey's Dev Days. The 001 M8N F31. There you go. It's in the Mousey's Dev Days thread if you want to have a peek in the code. But I'll also just leave it up on screen for a little bit. Alright. Foxy says, Borked is my fave game. Alright, back into 1.0.5. We'll get a nice little rename eventually. So how are we doing node on wise? We've got 4 node on left. Can I show the counter settings again when possible? Yep. This one here. There you go, Bari. I think for today I've only got about 30 more minutes, so we'll kind of focus on trying to get this this toggling correctly. Because we're very nearly there with this one. I suppose one other thing that I might have a look at while folks are kind of thinking of potential solutions for this is that we have one other potential shave, which would shave us a little bit. Which is, and I don't know whether I love this one, so I might actually make a, separate build here, called like O5L, which is the cheese launcher in the start area. Save like 2 node on, I think. Will speedrun mode be separate from the normal game, or will you just have the speedrun counter no matter what? Asks Red. So it's not separate from the normal game. It is toggleable at any time using the Y button. Yeah, so Xert came up with another potential shave a while back, and I'm a little unsure about this one, but it might be worth practicing or having a play with. So Xert suggested that a launcher is used to place the 3 cheese in the start room. This is a suggestion that had come up a few times. I actually think Disco may have recommended this back in the day. Now, there is a few things that are not perfect about that solution. The first one is you can hear the launcher firing the cheese unless you turn off collision sounds for all the things that they collide with. Additionally, they all line up kind of weirdly, you know, they're all in parallel to each other. It's not very nice because the cheese is hand placed normally. But maybe we can have a go at this and see on this alternate build. So to do this, what I would need to do is I'm going to check. Wait. What do you mean, Disco? Still have that duplicate game swap in the code. What's that in reference to? Obviously a game swap, but I mean, how does that relate? Oh, if you're looking for stuff to shave, I do think I want to keep that 1-2, that Mousey 1-2 thing in there so people can swap into it if they want to. That would not be high on my shaves list. I guess it should be like refactoring stuff more than anything else. So Xert put a counter, and the settings of that counter were... There's a game swap 1-2. Yes, there is, Dallas. It was added so that people could make their own continuation of the game if they wanted to and have this automatically swap into it. Then a launcher. Launch 10. And the settings of this launch 10 are... box, solid, non-destructive, auto, normal, launch direction Z+, launch speed 20, launch interval 0.10, angle 60, 105, and 15 on the Z. And then the position is 9, 120, 420. Okay. Oh, I need to turn the visibility on though. Well, they don't have a texture. And I need, I guess, an on start going into that counter. What goes into the counter there? I guess it is the on start. Input to counter is 1. Oh. Okay, so it's, I guess, from the location sensor? Oh, nice. Scripts fixed the timer saving. Yeah, there's our 3 cheeses. There were several broken things. Alright, thanks. Thank you very much, Scrubs. Oh, that was interesting. It was still... Oh, are they hitting this? Oh, wait! Did I forget to turn off the destructible? No more cheese for Mousey. We're getting there. It is, so, like, okay, it does look like it's, okay, that works remarkably well. Like, I keep thinking they're the ones I placed. That's honestly wild. Are they not the ones I placed? Wait. Huh? I know what just happened. We swapped into the other version. That's what's happening. That was very confusing. Hey bot. Hey Sunshine Burrito. Okay, wait, we need to change the swap name here. Yeah, too good to be true. It really was. Oh, there is a message from in House's Dev Days. I'm gonna wait for Disco and Scripts to have their little discussion. And I'm just going to quickly I see. So a speedrunner is going to see those blocks spawn in. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for the one node on shave? Someone says I don't see that as a problem. The average player is not going to see it. The only thing I don't like about this is I don't think the placement is as polished. Yeah, the cheese placement doesn't look natural anymore. It'll bother me personally. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, it's not worth it for one node on. Okay, so let's have a look at Scrubs's fix for the counter. So, change the default value of the counter to 0. Enable range restrictions on the second map. Hopefully a fixed version. So, counter. Comparison up here. Greater than. Yeah. Being disgusted by the feng shui being off, definitely. Uh-oh. All right. So that's good. Good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, let's see if this works. Thank you very much, Scrubs. Looks like Scrubs and Disco are still discussing potential shaves here on this one. Okay, so we're gonna run this first section. And I'm gonna try with the speedrun timer toggled on when we hit the credits, and then again with the counter toggled off when we hit the credits. So it's currently on, so the speedrun timer is on as we go into the credits here. It's going to be automatically toggled off by the credit sequence, which it has been. So I'm going to restart now, and hopefully it will stay off. It has stayed off, so we're going to do it again with the credit sequence toggled off manually. Sorry, with the speedrun timer toggled off manually. Hopefully it will stay off as we go into the credit sequence. Good. Hey Sylvie, welcome to the stream. And as I restart, it remains off. Okay, so the final test to do is just seeing what happens when I do the full-on reset. Oops, not that one. So in fact, I guess I should test it here first. It's off. And... okay, so if you do the full-on reset, it just goes back to off, which I guess is exactly how it should be. Should we make it so the credits ending doesn't boot you out of the game anymore, it just resets the game? I like it taking you back to the main menu if you sit all the way through the credits. Disco says, I think it's okay for a full reset, always turn the timer off, so long as speedrunning resets maintains the speedrun settings. I agree, Disco, yeah. Yes, this is going to be the foundations for the speedrun update. Okay. One thing I think I want to do is maybe change this to a D-pad button, actually. Just so it's out of the way, because I do find I'm accidentally pressing it. But, okay, yeah, I know what it should be. That one should be up on the D-pad, so you can press it without taking your fingers off anything. And then this one should be down on the D-pad, so you have to very consciously do it. Yeah, so now I can toggle that with my thumb without taking my hand off the stick. Hey Shadow on YT, hope you're enjoying your McDonald's. Cool. That is working very nicely. All right. Ah, thank you, Ablob, for letting me know that I'd made the other thing down and right on the D-pad. That was not intentional. Cool. Okay, so what we have now after our stream, because we are going to come to the conclusion in a couple of minutes here, we've got our shaved game. That brought us down to a nice low node on count compared to where we'd ever really been with Mousey Cheese Maze since it got finished. We then used a bunch of node on to get our speedrun counter, which is this connected up to the credits counter. This is how we position it in the screen, and our toggleable counter that stays persistent to your preference as you restart the game. There is a couple of big potential shaves still down the line. So one of those that I've mentioned at the beginning of the stream was the shrinking the entire map down, because that would save on blocks used for geometry. I am really genuinely very terrified of that, and I think it would be a very fiddly and long-winded process. And there is still the question mark around the physics and how the physics would be affected. Then the other shave, which I think is far more reasonable, but is still terrifying, is the refactoring of the animation system. Zert did do a very thorough breakdown of it. I've actually attempted it on 2 separate occasions off stream and have never successfully got it working. So I don't know whether I necessarily feel comfortable tackling that with the current information that's available either. But there's definitely refactoring that could be done to the animation system. So there is room for a couple more shaves. One of them, the shrinking thing, I don't really ever want to touch, I think. And the other one could be done with some very, very careful diffusing. Mr. O says UFO physics doesn't change with size. Good to know that our player character wouldn't change, but I think it could affect things like how the attract and the cheese play together. So that's one thing that I'm concerned about. Speaking of which, I didn't show off yet on stream my 1.0.4c, which was replacing the UFO with a player character. So this is a player character, Mousey. I'll toggle the visibility on for you. So I don't think I want to do this either. Choops mentioned it was maybe possible because it would save us on some of like having Mousey pulled down. The movement is so on and off. It's so digital feeling because of how quick the player character comes to a stop. It doesn't have the fun kind of drifty, slidey vibes of the UFO. Another weird thing is, look, the person gets snagged up here. Oh, it didn't happen that time. Weird. On my testing earlier, the person kept getting, like, stuck on this ledge. There! Do you see that? I, like, hovered. I did that player character, like, in the air thing. Obviously the speed's wrong, but that would be an easy fix. But still, I just don't like how Mousey feels. It's like weirdly snappy, but not instantaneous. And just loses some of that fun slidiness. But definitely worth a shot, and I was eager to give this a try, Tubes. Uh-oh. The respawn thing is set up for the UFO height, so that's obviously not going to work. Cool. So I guess all that's left to do is list this as 106, and I'm willing to put this one out public because there's no major bugs. Obviously, it doesn't have the speedrun update title screen and text and everything yet, or the texture changes. So I'm just gonna have it as like, I guess this should technically be like 1.1.0, and I'll put this public. No, it's kind of breaking the conventions of my own numbering system, but I'm gonna call it 1.0.6 so that people don't think it's like the major update. Cool, so let's share this one. Oh, the 5 in the thumbnail. Thank you, Tubes. Oops, no, that's not how I do it. Well spotted, Tubes. How do we make a 6? I guess that. Yeah, I guess that. Mr. O says, shake my head, Dom, just make it bigger. Once we redo the title screen, we can make it bigger. Okay, let's share it. Voxy's saying just get rid of one of the things. Very nicely drawn, Voxy. That's a perfect 6. Okay. 1.0.6, which is like stealth speedrun update. Is now live. This will get further kind of player-facing updates, new title screen, and I want to tweak some of the textures too. Like, I still don't love the arrow on the ground. It's so jank. And I do want to put the outline around Mousey as he appears in his UFO that was suggested in the Mousey's Dev Days thread. So some little bits and pieces like that that will be the the big update. But for now, you can have a play with what we've done here today on stream. Before we continue with this next time. Thank you everybody for joining me a year later after the release of Mousey's Cheese Maze to do a little bit of an update here. I think there's still room for shaves. I think there's still room for improvements. It would be nice to get this thing. It's been a year and 3 months, Voxy, which is just terrifying. Also, thank you to everybody who is so patient and so carefully explains these things to me, because we are getting like so deep into the node-on knowledge. I'm constantly swimming out of my depth. So it's really all of you in chat that keep me afloat whenever I try and do any dev in GBG now. I say now, it's always been like that. Yeah, thank you everybody. We are very close to the GBG anniversary. That's right, Mr. O. I think we're about 2 months away, right? Shadow says, a year and 3 months, 3.0 could have been out by now. It absolutely could have done. Close to the metal node on. That's what I want. This is really what I want Mousey's Cheese Maze to be. Dave from Fuse Arena talked a little bit about like getting the most yeah, as close to the metal as possible. Mousey's needs to be pure machine code. Oh, we'll definitely have something for the 2-year anniversary, Tubes, whether it's a stream or or something else. Okay, I'm going to make a note of this code, and then I'm going to wrap up. If I don't see you before, I will be opening up the stream codes channel for Saturday on Thursday. So if you've got a game that you'd like to show off on Saturdays, GBG Community Showcase stream, you can send that over on Thursday. I'm looking forward to playing all your games as usual. But for now, I shall bid you adieu. Bye-bye.